Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to what is happening here? To the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev, as we typically do. We've got our team meetings coming up in about 15 minutes, which is going to be nice and fun. We've got some show and tell for you. We will be doing a little bit of finalizing of one of our enemy behaviors. Working in some of the combat updates from last week and just, I guess, refining some of that stuff a little bit further. I want to be doing some playtesting on the new demo with some of those combat updates. So there's a little bit of adaptation there. I won't go into too much detail talking about what I've been doing over the week because, of course, that's stuff that we will talk about in the show and tell. So, yeah, in the meantime, let's say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Hey, hey, for those of you on Twitch and on YouTube, lurking as you may be. Big thanks to Huskeith and Homiena for being here already. The Homie NA, maybe. And big thanks to Zerian Atlas for the most recent follow and Cyborg Chipmunk for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Alrighty. So today I'm working on our cat enemy. He's been taking a long time, but I guess we've been using him as like a guinea pig for a bunch of different combat, I guess, prospective feature additions or tweaks. And today it's all about bringing it right back down to earth and making it nice and like reasonable, you know, making it a fight that's actually just, you know, it's not trying to do lots of different things, it's just doing the thing that now it knows how to be. So I could do like we could talk a little bit about kind of what we were exploring, how we got here and why that took so long. I'm happy to talk about that stuff quite quickly. So this comes off the back of kind of like me waking up this morning to some messages in the Discord feedback forum about the combat system in general. And we have a couple of users who have, who have a voice and who want to express that voice in relating to the combat, right? And the input system and kind of the philosophical goals of the game in how we do combat. And this is something that's like actually really crucial to the game. Hey Buggles. It's really crucial to the game, and it relates very directly to the game's identity as a product, right? You know, games, you know, they're art and they're also products. And as products, they have to be marketable, and marketing a game really is about knowing its strengths. And it's easy to do that when you know what its identity is, right? When it's got a clear, simple, you know, constrained sort of idea about what it's trying to do. So the combat system is something where, as a feature, I want it to have a lot of depth. I want it to be able to be something that the player grows into over time, becomes more skilled at, unfolds with new enemies that are more challenging, you know, that has scope to it. At the same time, there is an aspect of player fantasy that I think players want to engage in, which is one that feels good, like in a tactile sense, aesthetically. You know, players want to be able to, you know, have good button feedback, and they want to be able to kind of get all, twitchy with the gameplay. They want things to happen quickly and for the feedback to be clear. And I suppose philosophically, like personally, what I've kind of always wanted to use Insignia to explore is this sense of, I guess, depth in the negative space of combat. So what happens when you slow combat down? What happens when you have to watch? What happens when a button press doesn't immediately come out into a hitbox? You know, there's time and space between things that forces you to be more attentive and strategic. And this, over the years, I have found is actually a much more difficult space to be designing within, because it relies on there being a level of suspense. You know, you don't get the feedback straight away, so you have to be able to feel confident that when you do get the feedback, that it relates to what you are doing, and that you still have that sense of anticipation. You know, the longer you draw out tension, the more it has the chance to flick back at you as a designer. So it's our goal to create tension. We want the game to be challenging. We want it to require attention. At least I do. And I'm trying to achieve that in a way that is, you know, not easy. So there's like what I want the game to feel like. There's what players expect the game to feel like based on its brand and its themes. There's also aspects of like other needs that the combat system has. So for example, we have enemies with animations. We want to have those enemies be diverse and interesting and alive. If the enemies have animations, we've put time into creating those animations. Well, we also want for the player to have to observe the animations. They have to mean something in the combat. If you can just wail on an enemy without respecting its animations, then the value of those animations goes down. So there's a production efficiency aspect to this as well. And what that's all kind of culminated in over the last few weeks is this lynx and enemy, like a lynx with EN at the end, but an E instead of the Y. This like lynx enemy we've been working on, and kind of exploring a lot of different avenues of how to create more depth in an encounter where an enemy has more defined animations, more options. And this was quite a long discussion. I mean, we really went through, I guess, examining like every part of the combat system, the player animations, the input buttons, the mechanics of the player, the enemy animations, the enemy mechanics, whether the enemy has behaviors that respond to the player, or if the player can have animations that respond to the enemy. So like this idea of like reaction commands and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff that we explored, and I feel pretty confident with where we ended up personally. Insignia's combat system, if you don't know, is kind of like a one-button system. So you have just the attack button. You can hold it to guard. You can tap it to attack. And if you hold it, you can press directional buttons to angle an attack in a direction. And one of the things that I guess I want out of this system is for this combat to feel like a duel. And I've used the word swashbuckling more than once to describe what I want it to feel like. But even within that brief of swashbuckling, there are layers that I'm kind of like looking to try and capitalize on and explore. So it would be like, I guess, very in line with the game as a product, like as a, you know, light pixel art kind of uplifting fantasy adventure, for the combat to be quite flashy and with a lot of movement. And I think that that's something that I want to work towards, but I want the player to have to earn that movement and that flash. So then it becomes a question of constraints. How do I pull the player down? And what I've ended up with is something that gives the enemies a lot more agency. So if I just hold the attack button here, the enemy gets a lot of space to play against me. I don't get a lot of time to input buttons. If I input the wrong button, I go back into that state as well. So now we have like a few stages of reaction. Reacting incorrectly punishes the player. They don't always lose health, but if they react poorly, they might be put in a position where they are going to lose health eventually. So now, in order to avoid taking damage, you have to either get out. I've hit that button so many times. You have to try to get out, or you have to react correctly to the inputs. 1, 2, 3. Let's try again. It's got to be a bit closer. 1, 2, 3. I haven't yet. I'm just working on this right now, so it's not perfect yet. But the idea of like parrying a combo of attacks and having to get that right. I mean, you can wail on the enemy as well if you really want, but he will react to you. So to me, this is feeling good. Like I like it a lot. I think it does have that swashbuckling aspect to it, and it's not, you know, incredibly active in terms of like, it doesn't feel like a Devil May Cry or Dragon Ball Z or something like that. But to me, it's very cerebral. Like I'm engaged. And what we're working towards here is that gray bar underneath. I'm trying to max that out. Right now he doesn't have a move out of that move, so he's going to just stay there, I think. Hello? Yeah. So the goal is max out that bar, and then you get your big flashy combo. And the bar is something that I added in to give enemies that defensive kind of, to give them space defensively, for there to be levels of disadvantage and advantage. We're almost there. Oof. I almost had him. Come on. Got him. Anyway, it'll feel better when I'm done with it. But I'm making progress, and I think that's progress that it's feeling closer to how I want it to feel. This kind of like back and forth, where it's swashbuckling, not in the sense of like being able to barrage attacks down on an enemy. Swashbuckling in the sense that there's like a tension, like a tug of war, and the enemy has just as much, if not more, agency than we do. That lets us make the enemies much more colorful and wild in their attacks, and forces the player to engage with the kind of Simon Says aspects of the combat system. So it's not every enemy, of course. A lot of enemies don't have anything like that in terms of their defensive capabilities. They just run at you and try to hit you, and that's the game. So the early game enemies, you can go crazy. Hang on a second. Too much music. Some enemies die in one hit, and that's not going to change, It's more about the long-term aspects of the gameplay. How do I put you in a position where you have a reason to play defensively? And I like it. I think it's fine. I think it's good to have diversity. I still think enemies like that probably need some sort of breakaway animation, some way of like rolling and then resetting. Anyway, so we've got team meetings coming up. I should probably set us up for the chapter title. Let me see if I can get the team in here. All right, I'm in the team meeting, and we'll see if we can just chill until people show up. So yeah, there's a lot of nuance in making an action game feel fun and fair. And a lot of the time, it really does come down to, very similar to balancing a fighting game. It comes down to, do I have enough frames to do what I want? Do I have the responsiveness of the inputs? As in, is my button allowing me to push the button? Like the attack buffer or, the behavior state that I've been locked into. Do those things enable me as the player to do what I want? And usually by design, that's something that has variety to it. It's not always the answer is not always yes, or shouldn't always be yes. All right, we're jumping into the meeting. Do I have an Instagram? I do, but I have a personal one at the moment. So maybe in the future, I'll set up a company Instagram. We'll see. Hey, Elias.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
It's good. I trust you had an enjoyable weekend.
I did, yes.
Sweet.
I hope you did too.
Yeah, not too bad. I had an engagement party for my cousin that I attended, another one. So, in fact, there was a party like a month ago for her sister. She got engaged like a week after. So, 2 cousins that are both sisters engaged. Hey, Morgan.
Hello.
How's it going?
All right. I feel like my sleep was just messed up last week, so kind of recovering, but yeah, doing okay.
That's good. Sleep is so important. It fully changes my whole mood if I don't get enough sleep in a day.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get it. I get it for sure. I've been trying to exercise more too. I'm doing these like workouts in front of the TV now, just to sort of, if I don't go out of the house, at least I do something. They're good. I feel like the good kind of tired, Hey, Luca.
Hello.
How's the submission going?
Oh yeah, it's done now.
Oh, you finished it.
Yeah,
Congrats.
thanks. Yeah, about an hour ago. Also,
Was this for Screen New South Wales?
yeah,
Oh, nice.
it's just a bit annoying because with the pitch video, they're like, "Oh, it has to be below 200 megs." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's easy, fine." And then when you go to try to upload it, it's like, "Oh, we can't upload more than 25 megabytes." I'm like, "Oh, all right."
Could you
So
put it on Google Drive and link it?
Oh, I ended up just putting it on YouTube as a
Ah,
unlisted thing and just sent the link.
yeah,
Luckily,
perfect.
that was quite quick. I was worried that would take a while, but that was literally took. Well, you probably know, but it took like 5 minutes, less than that. Yeah.
Sweet.
So luckily, yeah.
Very good.
Hmm.
Well, good luck to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we shall see. I don't know. Yeah, it's just a big question mark. It's hard to really say.
Did you?
Is this a grant application?
Yeah, like similar to what well, the same one Adam did. Yeah, just the smaller one, I should say. Yeah.
Well, good luck.
Thanks.
Wish you the best.
Did you nominate more than one like recipient of the funds? Like, are there multiple people who would be working with you on the project, or just you?
Yeah. No, I've got Brendan and George as well.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we're unstoppable team. No, we'll see how we go. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, like I said last week, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from it. I just thought it's worth giving it a crack and if anything, I'll get some feedback about it and what I should be working on if I were to keep going with it in the future. Yeah.
Would you? I mean, if you do ever submit again in the future, I'd be happy to take a look at your submission if you need any
Oh, yeah.
pointers.
Yeah, I thought about it, and even like I was talking to Brendan about it. Like I just felt kind of bad. I didn't want to like bother you with it, I guess, but maybe that's more of a flaw in my kind of
Yeah,
personality.
that one might be a you thing.
Yeah, it is. But even just taking a bit of time away from Insignia work, I felt kind of bad about too.
Yeah, but you're not like, it's not a full-time workload that you're on Insignia for anyway. So I don't think, yeah, I mean,
that was the original plan. Like I thought, I should be able to do this side by side, but things always just go wrong and take longer than they should. And
fair enough.
Yeah. So sorry about that.
That's okay.
Everyone.
I mean, doing something for the first time, it's always hard to know how long it's going to take.
Yeah.
We're still waiting on Morgan, but I might just start us off anyway. So, welcome everybody to Team Stand Up. It is Monday, the 23rd of March. Where do we sit at the moment? I've been spending a little bit of time trying to push ahead into other chapters. I've been doing some writing. I've been doing some chapter 2 environment stuff for the town of Cheverton, as well as some enemy designs. I should probably show some of that stuff. So where have I been working on? I have this little scene that I'm playing with that's like it's like a little sneak peek at what the new Cheverton will look like. So I've been working really hard on this like very deep parallax. Hey, Fiera, thank you so much for the raid. So this is just like one tiny little snapshot of what this will look like. And actually, if I put the music on, I think I made the music play. Yeah, one sec. Yeah, so I'm really happy with how this is looking. It feels like the depth is there. Like you can look down the street and see all the different places, and I might try to fill it with more NPCs. But yeah, happy with the palette and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, very nice. I love how the closer options are a bit warmer as well. That really
that's right.
With the depth.
Yeah, it's something that for a long time when I was sticking to the palette, I wasn't able to do this kind of atmospheric depth. And it was just hard to get an image that had a lot of depth in it that didn't look garish. Whereas now I think it's starting to really feel like intentional, like it's supposed to look like this. And there are a lot of layers, like you probably can't even notice here, but if we go back here, there's kind of like the different layers of the different palisades kind of as we go back, and they all split apart as you go. And then there's there's a lot of depth to it, but yeah, very happy with it overall. I think it's come along really nicely, and I'm fairly committed to this direction in terms of colors and the scales. Like the fact that we're sort of above Armin, but we're looking up still, and we still can kind of feel like we're down inside of something tall. That was really important. So that's looking good. I worked on this little frogging guy. He's just a concept right now, but the idea of having like we have the Martin with the slingshot and the Martin with the shield and the one with the knife, having just different simple versions of like alternate, I guess, enemies in a specific race. And particularly thinking about modifiers, like maybe that this enemy would enchant the others so that you have to sort of prioritize one over the other in the encounter. Trying to create like puzzles out of multiple enemy designs is something that I want to do. So that's been looking good. And then, yeah, doing some work on the Langston a little bit. So we're kind of refining that down now. And I've been trying to simplify the script a little bit this morning, just so that there are, I guess, more. What's the word? Just trying to streamline it really, so that the bones of the logic are there, and that it still plays the way we intended it to, but with more clear feedback. And that kind of comes alongside the mechanical kind of updates. So last week I was also working on, and I'll try to turn the music off while I play test this. Working on this second bar. So previously we had like the bar had existed in the game, but I wasn't using it very much. And up until very recently, I re-implemented it, but it didn't have a huge relationship with how the enemy behavior worked. So it's just been spending a little bit of time sort of solidifying and consolidating the relationship between, okay, what does the bar mean? What happens when the bar maxes out? Like, what different kind of, what's the word? Things can the player do when the bar is, hey Morgan, when the bar is higher versus when it's
Hi.
lower. And then doing things like for enemies that have like the ability to guard, showing the bar as gray, for example, instead of yellow. So just trying to like, make the system communicate very clearly about what it's doing. Because we had been doing a lot of experimentation in the last couple of weeks with just like trying to fine tune that stuff. So now that I've got a pretty confident direction about where I want to go, it's about making this stuff look like what it is. So that's what I've been doing. I'll pass it on to, how about Elias? I think your work kind of touches the work I'm doing.
Yeah, I've been working on the sounds for that system. Just today I pushed an update where now the parry sounds that you hear when you successfully parry an attack, the pitch will rise as that pressure bar increases, so you get to like feel the buildup of tension until you break it. There's still a few things buggy with the implementation that need to be worked out, but it's coming along.
Sweet. Is there something, if I was to merge what you're working on at the moment, would I be able to solve some of that stuff?
Maybe, I think I mean, it's like it compiles and runs.
Sweet. Well, maybe I'll do
So-
that ahead of tomorrow, unless you wanted to meet today. You probably need to go to bed soon, don't you?
It might be a little late for me.
All right.
But yeah, tomorrow will be fine.
I might tinker with it and
If
see.
you want to take a look.
Yeah. Definitely.
There is one bug that I noticed. This might be fixed in the development branch. I don't know. But if I hold the attack button midair, I get like a kind of float.
Ooh.
As
I've never seen that
just
before.
slowly.
Huh. That would be insane if that had been in there for like, I don't know how long. Secret fly button. Okay, well, I'll look into that. Cool. And I know, Morgan Pryor, you've got some stuff to share.
Yeah, just the barbarian that I was working on last week.
Yeah, it's
That
looking good.
is, yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, excited to get that in the game. And after this meeting, I mean, I've already sort of pointed to some of the animations you'll be doing, but if you need some more specific direction to it, I can share that with you too.
Yeah, if you want to like refine what we've already talked about, I'm down for that.
Yep. I mean, I haven't changed any of the briefs or anything like that, but
Yep.
yeah, just to make sure that you know where you're looking.
Cool.
Looks good. And then Luca, how have you been doing? I know we sort of talked about it a little bit already, but
Oh, hey, sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, just carrying on with the links and animations, I guess. I'm focusing on just getting the animations done, and just I guess passing the baton. over to you for most of the coding stuff. I mean, I'm still happy to play around with it at some point, if we come to that. But yeah, just when we get closer to balancing the fight and stuff like the speed up of attacks, or well, not speed up, but just the general overall speed of how fast things should be.
Yep.
And things like that.
No worries.
Mhm.
Yeah, we can meet after this, and I can sort of take you through a little bit of the direction I'm looking to go in, and maybe we'll get you on. I think there will be a different set of, like, maybe there would be like 2 or 3 animations that don't need to be worked on much deeper than this, or that I might give some feedback on to adjust. So we can talk about it.
All right, no worries.
Sweet. And Morgan R, how have you been doing?
Yeah, so last week we started work on the Fate Solstice track, which has been very fun. So
I can
yeah,
bring it
just
up
been
if you like.
working on that. Yeah. I don't have anything new from what I showed you on Thursday ready
Still
to
good.
show, but we can play that if you want.
Yeah, happy to. Everyone loves music. I love it. So nice. Well, I'm happy for you to keep working on it until at least tomorrow. And
Yep.
if you have any updates by then, happy to hear them.
Cool.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me for Stand Up. I guess I will. I'll jump off this meeting after this, and then in about 15 minutes, we'll pick up the animation meeting, if that's all good with you too.
Alrighty.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Peace.
See you next week.
See ya.
Bye.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Alrighty. I need to take a very quick break, but we'll be back in just a bit for animation meeting. Okie dokie. Hey, we're back. Go a bit Gordon Ramsay on him for clips. I would never do that. What are you? An idiot sandwich. I would never do that to my team. So, unless it was a bit. Unless we were doing a bit. All right. So, in about 10 minutes, we've got our animation meeting. I suppose I could use this time to prepare the team animation schedule. So, Wolverine Barbarian, we don't have a roar yet. We have the Shockwave, and that's at the detail phase. I believe we have Rebound as well. And I think we have this done too. And it's just this roar if I was to do it. So there's that. And then we've got some additional animations for Armin, which are, let's have a look. I believe it's called Armin Guard Dance States. Sword Guard States. Terrible name. So I think I need, this is all right. I don't need guard and unguard. These don't need to be there. Let's save this as old. And then let's just call these Armin Deflect. I think that's just better. And then I can get rid of this and this. I can go 1, 2, 3. I can get rid of this. And then it's this rattle. And I think I want like 1 or 2 more frames on this too. Like 1, 2. Good. Kenji's mods, what are you talking about? Do we need this kind of language? Who says I am? All right. I'll save that and then I'll go like that. I'll take these two. I'll unstage that. That's Ace Bright. Yep. All right. So then it is 1, 2, 3, 4. Guard 1, guard 2, guard 3, rattle. So, just about ready to jump into our animation meeting, and I got my briefs from Morgan, and I will work with Luca, I think, after that. Okay. How about we jump into the meeting? Sure. All right. Do. It's time for animation review. Not really. Animation catch up. Let's just jump straight into it, shall we? I'll wait for the team. I'm actually a couple of minutes early, but Morgan's already on it. And Luca, look at that.
I got eyes everywhere.
My team, they are. What's the word? Telepathic.
Yeah.
Hey, you two. Okay, so welcome to Animation Catch Up. Today, I guess we'll get Morgan out of the way first because yours is pretty straightforward. So I've just added a file to, if you pull from development into animation, you'll see this Armin deflect.asprite. And that just has all the animations you need.
Cool.
And the roughs are all there. So I'll let you just have at it, really.
Alrighty.
If you have any questions, let me know. And that's it.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, it looked like, if anything, it looked like you were simplifying it. So I
Yeah,
think I'll be fine.
yeah. It used to have animations that I didn't want you to animate in it, and now it's just got the
Ah,
ones that I do want you to animate. So you literally don't have any. There's no way to get it wrong unless
cool.
you give Armin a bow tie or something like that.
You underestimate my power.
He just becomes an elephant.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay.
Alright.
Well,
Sweet.
enjoy, and let me know. Yeah, if you have any issues.
Okay, maybe I will do a bow tie version, but turn it off.
I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have given you ideas.
All right.
All
Bye.
right. See ya.
So, yeah.
And Luca, so I kind of just want to take you through some of the decisions that I'm making with the Langston and the animation implications for those changes.
Okay.
So just please don't take this personally. It's just like, that's just, I want to rattle off the things that I'm doing and kind of, I guess, like the logic behind the choices, and for the sake of just future enemies that we design, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no worries at all.
That's all good. Cool. So one of the things was, I think I have it in the design Discord. So a few things, and maybe the chat will find this useful as well. So on these attacks, or any enemy attacks, just making sure that like the hitbox is not beyond the visual of the animation is like a big one for me. Because if ever the enemy can hit you, it can look like they didn't hit you, but you still get hurt. That always feels crappy for the player. I don't know what's happening right now though. Hello. Okay. So yeah, just pulling that up back a little bit is usually just my preference. This animation here is an example where I would say, I mean, you've probably read it already in the chat, but here we have like the smear, and the smear is occurring before the hitbox, but I would typically want the smear and the hitbox to occur at the same time. And right now we've got this appearing on frame, like the 5th frame, frame 4. And the others we have more on like frame, like the 8th frame, which is frame 7. And I think for an enemy, especially inside of a combo, it's just like not nearly enough time for the player to react, because these are playing at like 12 plus frames per second. So 5 out of 12 is less than, it's like 40%. So of a second, 400 milliseconds, which, you know, in human reaction time terms is fine if you just needed to press a button, like any button. But since it's a specific input and you have to be able to interpret which animation it is, it's one of those things where I think it's better if we give the player more telegraphing time. And then another thing, so we have here like a second forward attack was added. And I imagine that's probably just for diversity's sake or just to mix it up a little bit. But I think for this enemy, because there's something that I'm like, after we have prototyped it, and we've tried a lot of different things, the sort of prevailing kind of feeling that I get is that I want the player to have a very clear set of rules that they have to follow. And for those rules to be linked to animations. So to have 2 animations that are essentially identical in terms of like they're both forward attacks, they both appear in combos, adding that variety in this context, like outside of a boss, it almost feels like it's asking the player to take on a new lesson, even if like it's probably too much overhead for them at this point in the game. And I prefer just for like the player to have to decide between one forward attack or one, like, is this a forward attack or a down attack versus like multiple forward attacks, if that makes sense.
All right.
And then I think I'm just like right now with the logic, there was one other thing. This one is not like some of it's just like I'm not sure if like because I haven't explained any of how the behavior states work. You've had to just like interpret them. I wanted to show you like a feature that exists that might save you some time if you're trying to implement something like this in the future. So
Oh, yeah.
there you have this attack state sequence set. And my first impression was like, I'm not sure if this deserves to exist because it's like a state whose job it is to be a list of attack sequences. And then I understood as I was tracing the sort of trail, I understand that you wanted to be able to put it inside of a weighted set for the enemy. So in this context, like anytime that we see attack combo, if that was like 3 different states, you'd have to balance them as like 20, 20, 20 here or something like that. Whereas if you just wanted to think of it as like one thing, you have to envelop all of the different kinds of combos in one state. Is that how you got there?
Well, that was part of it. But I had it inherit from just a normal state sequence set, just with just extra functionality, like if the hit made contact with the target, then it would immediately cancel and go to the next attack rather than play the recovery frames. So I had that.
Well,
I
currently
think
there's like a few layers. There's like basic attack, and then you have attack combo or attack. We have sequence state, which is our combo, and then we have attack sequence state, which is what inherits from sequence state. That's what you're describing. But there's also attack sequence state set.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about. At the
Oh,
moment.
sorry. Yeah, you're right.
So I get.
So that was So it would just be just one. So the 3 hit combo would just be one weighted. Yeah.
That I'm not like I don't have like a major issue with that. I suppose if it was me, maybe I would have had this be just an internal class inside of the lengthen and just had it be a more specific lengthen thing. If there was any kind of special logic you wanted to have, but if it's literally just like I want to like bind up 3 states into one state, it's arguable. I understand why you did it. With the attack state sequence, though, one of the things that I noticed that you did was you had like a unity event for the exit condition. So for the whiff versus hit.
Yeah, that's right.
And so basically the flow of the logic was something like this. So you have your state, and the state has its stuff that it's trying to do. And then above that is its parent, which is kind of like the lengthen, engage. And then we have attack state sequence set, and then the sequence attack sequence. So this is kind of, we can ignore that, just collapse that up. That's no big deal. But here you sort of had like, okay, a few rules of like, well, if we whiff, as in if we miss, send an event upwards, and then up here we have like a condition saying, hey, or like not a condition, but a function that says, hey, if this event gets called, we're going to change the state. And sometimes I do that. That's not like totally out of the question, but there's a feature that states have that I would like to call out, or like a convention that I've started to use as of a while ago. But when this complete function gets called, it's possible to pass a string in there, and that can be used as debug or as logic. So what I do is I create like a static string that never gets changed. In fact, we could probably just do like final. Or I think it's here maybe. Read only. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. And basically I can look for these as the exit condition. So here I can say, okay, when we finish our state, check to see whether or not we landed a hit. And if we didn't, then we missed. And then exit with that condition being set, or that reason. So we missed. Then later on in lengths and engage, I can look at reason, and I can say, hey, like, is this why we finished doing our attack combo in the state complete condition inside the do function? And then I can have the contents that were inside of your event before. So
Yeah,
all
that
this
makes
is, yeah, the only reason this is, I would suggest to do it this way is because it allows this principle to bear out, which is that states are in control of their own life cycle. So a state will say, hey, I'm done. And then you figure out what to do now that I'm done with the reason that I finished, rather than disrupting it with an event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
It's totally fine. Like I know that you didn't know how it worked. So it's not like it's not a problem. It's just that's how I would do it in the future.
no, that makes sense. And also, yeah, just letting the state complete itself for whatever reason rather than getting interrupted.
Yeah, when possible. I mean, there's always going to be exceptions. There'll be reasons. Like I do it myself in like the reflex attack. There will be some event that gets called out, and then this will say like set, or is it sword behavior? Anyway, somewhere in the game recently, I was looking and I was like, oh, okay, I'm having to like grab a hold of the state, the current state, by like assigning myself as the current state, which never feels great. You always want, like, ideally, you'd want the parent state to assign the child state, and then the child state to say it's complete and not have responsibility over. Essentially, it's this idea of like every node should only be in control of what it's doing, basically. Which, yeah, what you wrote didn't violate that, but yeah, just it just means, I guess, also that there's less like new language that's getting introduced, like the idea of like whiff and the whiff event and having to subscribe to that event is something that it adds like a additional, I guess, terminology or logic.
Yeah, and it gets messy. And I imagine you could do other stuff with that complete as well.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, so yeah, that's cool. All right.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
from there, I just wanted to cover kind of some of the like outcomes for animation. So what I'm doing right now is I think I will provide some keyframes for these.
Oh
these
yeah.
here.
So those ones, I don't know if we need that many. That I was just testing since I had those roughly done before, but I'm happy to cut them down or whichever. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of having a look. So right now I've got that. There's the rattle state, which is this. Pardon me, this one, and whether or not these need to extend this or if I can just use this, I'm not sure. So I'm going to get through that today and see what I got up to. So I wouldn't, if you're doing any kind of animation work, I'd leave these ones off for now.
Okay.
And then this neutral attack 2, currently I don't have in the logic tree. So this one also can be, you can leave that one for now.
Okay. Yeah.
The rest of it, I did just do a minor adjustment to the sword position on the overhead attack, but that's fine. Just, I'm just suggesting that you pull before you do any more animation updates. Hopefully I didn't. If there's a conflict, we can figure it out. But I really didn't do much. I just like made it more 45 degree. That's pretty much it.
That's okay. I can make a backup of the ASPAR file just in case, but it's most likely fine.
Perfect. And then I've been re-implementing the on guard stuff. So I probably could teach you a little bit about how I've implemented it now. So in fact, I don't know if we've covered it at all. Have I talked about how I updated the life component to do the hit receivers?
No, I did notice you changed it and I updated it where I needed to, but yeah, I'm not sure what the exact reasoning was, but
Yep.
yeah, happy to hear about it.
Yeah, perfect. I think it's important because this is kind of like all of the I basically created this layer of logic after we had like that little kind of we're both trying to create. I had on guard and you had a guard state, and we're both trying to write code that interprets like what might happen in advance of a stun, like rather than going into the stun module and going into like knockback or flinch or whatever, something that should happen in advance of that. So I don't know if I've written it down here, but I definitely. Did I write it down? No. I'll just take you through it then. Okay. So life has this list of thing called hit receivers. So at the start of a life cycle of like in this case it's lengths and engage, I just say life.add hit receiver and then the thing that I want to be able to interrupt the hurt states. Okay. And hit receiver is basically a little bit of it's just an interface that allows a script to get ahead of the stun behavior, and we can have multiple of these. There could be 3 or 4 or 5, as many layers as you want, and they work on priorities. So there are some base layers that I created. So like something that is designed to prevent damage altogether will have a higher priority than something that's supposed to take damage but in a different way than the normal stun module, and vice versa, or as you can, etc. And you can assign your own priority that's not these numbers, but these are just like the basic ones. And the 2 functions that are really important are this receive hit and should process. So the idea is, an example would be in this case reflex attack. So the reflex attack implements I hit receiver, and its job is to, again, get ahead of the stun because we might reflex instead of getting hurt. So the 2 functions that I mentioned are should process and then receive hit, which has this hit report that you send afterward. So should process is basically just, on a per script basis, you would say when this thing should be allowed to intercept the hit, the hit basically. So in this case, if the and it has a parameter of like the collision info. So this describes everything that happened in the collision, and collisions have outcomes now. So we were kind of already working with this, but hit, guarded, reflex, outplayed, clash shielded, nullified, grabbed. So it says, in this case, reflex says, hey, was this collision a reflex collision because you hit my reflex box? If that's the case, then, and I'm not already inside of a reflex, like I'm not already working, then yes, we should interrupt the stun module. Then, so what happens is life, when the life component finishes figuring out which hitbox got hit, it then does this, where it sorts all of the hit receivers by descending order of priority and asks each of them if their intent would be to process that collision. And whenever one says yes, it says, okay, great, I'll give the hit to you and you can figure out what happens. And only, not only, all enemies, for example, will have the default stun behavior at the bottom of that list of ordered hit receivers. So stun is a hit receiver now, and it just sits at the very bottom of that list. So if you don't interrupt it with something else, it will get the stun.
Yeah.
And stun also has, it's logic about whether or not you should go into it. But yeah. So
And this is only if you put a hit receiver
that's right.
interface in the first place. Okay.
Yep. You don't have to attach anything to this ever. It's only if you
it-
have an enemy that you want
Yeah.
specifically to be able to not get hit because it's doing something else. And so it calls receive hit, and then receive hit basically then gets called. So in the case of reflex attack, it receives the hit, it determines all the things that it would do. In this case, it reflexes or parries or whatever. And then it returns a hit report. So the hit report's job, in fact, does it do that? Yes. The hit report's job is to explain who the hit receiver was. In this case, it's the reflex attack. It carries forward the info, which you could modify. So it could, inside of this, we could have done something to say, actually, the damage was halved. Or actually, we want something else to happen. And then a couple of flags to say whether it prevents contact or prevents damage. And the reason for this hit report is the life component, once this is done, and it sends something to receive the hit, it then asks, like, as long as like contact was not prevented, now apply the collision. So this then does the damage, actually assigns the damage to like the thing that got hit. So the hit report is our ability to sort of like get into the stream of logic and say, actually, we're going to go into this animation, but also we took half damage, or we took no damage, or whatever it is. And so different things will happen based on that hit report. So in this case, like if the report doesn't prevent damage, then apply the damage. There is another one of, I think it's the contact, like the hit spark previously was here. So imagine like we wouldn't want the hit spark to show up if it prevents contact, stuff like that. Because otherwise we would have had to just do all that stuff by default. But now we can, most of this logic was already here. It's just that we have the opportunity to read from the report and do other things based on it. So that's it. It's not that much more complicated. But for example, on guard is now a hit receiver. And so it means that we don't have to do any logic that would be doing like stun related, like intercepting. We can just say, hey, like just play us. And then stun won't get played if it gets played.
Okay.
Okie doke. I know that's a lot. I don't know if it makes too much sense, but that's how I've written it.
Yeah, I'd like to probably go through it in my own time and just just see how it works. But in general, that sounds like much needed that way. But would it also send in like a report to the attacker if we wanted to?
The attacker gets a on hit confirmed. And hey, my Stashy, thanks for the raid. And on hit confirmed is something that it gets the collision info, but it doesn't get the whole report. So the collision info is basically everything minus, if we go to the report here, it's this, but it's not these three. So maybe we would need the receiver as well if there was one. But the collision info has a lot of data inside of it. It's like most of what you need to know.
Well, if you just wanted to run like a separate code, I don't know, maybe I'm just thinking out of scope, but like, I don't know, if Armin were to swing at something that puts up a shield that's electrified and he'll get electrocuted or something. I don't know if that makes sense for this.
That's not a bad thought. Thanks, my Stashy. The S-Fan. Yeah, it's not a bad thought. I will consider it. The only reason that I'm hesitant is on hit is something that the Hitbox manager handles, and Hitbox is part of Retrobox, which I try to keep pretty non-insignia specific in case I ever sell it one day.
Oh yeah.
So it's just trying not to change the API into something that's like, bound up in Insignia. That's the only reason. But I've already kind of, it's not really a high priority at this point. If it made sense for the game, we should do it for the game.
Yeah, I was just curious. It's probably not something we need, but yeah.
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, it's right there. I would just change what is passed through this event from call to report. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Any other things with the links? And I haven't made any. I haven't finished with the changes that I'm going to be updating, but
I did have just one question about we spoke about the stalk a little bit.
The what? Sorry, stalk.
The stalking. Yeah. And how it just kind of plays forwards and
backwards. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Is that something we should kind of just leave for now, or?
I actually, similar to the Hunden, I didn't mind your implementation as long as it doesn't stay too long. I thought it was actually okay. So maybe for now, just keep going with it.
Yeah, I think I'm happy with the bottom half of this. It reads well. Yeah, just mainly the arm he's got up in that pose. I've been kind of playing around with a bit. Yeah, maybe his limbs look a bit stiff. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll let you play with it. I mean, I'm not bothered by it too much right now.
All right. Cool.
So, the one other thing which I changed was to do with the attack sequence. So this attack sequence, previously you had some logic to do with on hit, you were immediately going into the next attack if the hit landed.
That's right.
And I added one little condition. So everything that has like every enemy in the game has this input object, which is kind of like, I use it mostly for the player character, but it does exist on every enemy, which is it's basically a virtual, like the result of what happens when you press buttons. And it also controls certain conditions about, they probably should live on like the player self-control or self-awareness at this point. But one of them is like whether or not the entity is button locked from pressing the attack button. So Armin, that basically happens a lot of the time. Like when Armin presses the attack button down, it's not pardon me. Sorry, my throat just dried up.
Oh, that's all right. That's been me for the last for ages. Hope you're all right.
Sorry about that. One sec. Oh gosh. So, it just tickled. What this basically does is when the player character is doing it, what I use it for is to lock out the player from sending like a attack down until after the animation has played through the hitbox frame.
Okay.
So like Armin combo 7. I do this on basically all of them. So you've got like nothing, 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 swing, and then a couple frames later there'll be can attack with this checkbox, true. So that's the cancel frame, basically. You can cancel from here into the next attack.
Oh.
And then I've got can move a bit later. So you can cancel into moving a few frames later. And that's been there forever. But I don't think I ever spoke about it with you. So,
okay. I never noticed that it was there. Is that something I should be putting in manually, or does it?
Well, you don't have to use it for most enemies. It's just not important because most enemies they're not locked that way. But since we've given the Lengthen a combo, I thought it would be useful to be able to define specific exit frames for the combo.
Okay.
So right now, because I thought it was happening too quickly,
yeah,
what I wanted to
just
do
did it as soon as the attack.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's cool that you can specify it if you wanted to. Yeah. Well, we should use this. Yeah.
Yeah. So, in this case, it's only after a couple frames have I got can attack. Like usually 2 frames after the hitbox. So that now allows us to have it slow down a little bit. So even if it hits
Yeah.
you, there's
We
I'm
can
adding.
specify how many frames are skipped. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Nice.
And for Armin, this usually gets reset like all the time. Like it just whenever a new state gets entered into, like this stuff just gets reset. But for this enemy, that's not usually how it works. So I have to assign this as I think what I do with the Langston specifically is I assign it as false on frame 1 and then as true on 2 frames after the hitbox.
Okay. So you just got to put that in all the attack animations that you'd want part of the combo, and that.
Yeah, forcing it to be false is something I usually do in Armin's script. Like when I capture the attack button input in the script, I usually say, and then can attack is false, and then go into the combo or whatever he needs to do. But because this is so abstract, it's not like bound up to the Langston, I thought I would put it on something that was closer to, like more specific to the Langston. So I put it on frame 1. Because otherwise you need to reset this to true or false inside of the script here somewhere, but I didn't want to do that. So yeah, that's another thing that I'm doing.
Okay.
And then I don't think one other thing I haven't talked about, or I might have talked about with you, but let me know if I haven't. The stun bar underneath the health bar. There are some changes to how that behaves that I made on Friday. So you can see it going up here. And so Elias is doing some work on this for the sound effect side of it. And he raised a couple of valid questions about like, where do the sounds live and how does the bar reflect like the states of the enemy, like just the connection between this stuff and how it should sound. And, you know, is it tied to the hits or is it tied to the state change? You know, is there a distinction for all enemies about what happens when it breaks through when it bursts? And so I kind of thought through a bit of what he was saying and came to a decision that I would make this pressure script a component. So it used to be just a class that just lived underneath the life component, but now it's its own component.
Okay.
And it lives inside of the stun prefab for most enemies. And it's just on the main thing. It's just called pressure here. And what I've done is the color of this bar is basically, it's like I guess thinking about this is like a way to classify enemies to the player by how they react when you attack them. So in this case, there's this stance thing here. And for the Langston, I've got that stance set to guard. And I'm going to add these as time goes on, but right now it's non-standard guard. And guard basically says, as long as the pressure bar is not full, anytime you attack this enemy, the bar will be gray and the enemy will flash gray. So its default like hurt outcome is that it guards. Whether or not there's a guard hurt box on the animation. So this, because the reason why I'm doing this is because previously, like we had frames where there was a guard hurt box and this would allow it to reflex or whatever. But then there were frames like this one where there is no guard hurt box. So if you tried to parry upwards on this frame, you wouldn't get a parry. You would just get a clean hit. And if the player is trying to interpret the fight as just like a state flow, this feels like it's broken. It's like, oh, why did I get a free hit in this moment? And the answer is like, well, previously I was putting the guard boxes anywhere where the sword was being held forward. So it was like based on the visuals of the animation. and then trying to use like the attack frame here, like this is what you parry. It's this hitbox. But if your frame is early, if you luck out and you hit it really early, like what should happen here? So I'm still, the reflex side of stuff I'm still sort of resolving, but the goal here is to simplify the conversation between the game and the player. So this gray bar is now what you look at. You're not looking at like whether the sword is held forward or not. You're just seeing, okay, this enemy is blocking me all the time, and my job is to parry him until I break that bar, and then I get to do what I want. So that's currently how I'm doing it.
All right, I think I understand. I think previously maybe I was thinking about like when the Linkson would be vulnerable during the animations, like a counter hit state. But I guess that's pretty much how the counter system with the direction would work anyway. So it's kind of like a double layered thing where we just need to make that make sense with just one.
Yeah, like we have a lot of entry points here, right? We can do things based on who or what the enemy is, like globally, or like definitionally. We could have it based on the state. We could have it based on like the frame of animation, or we could have it based on some sort of hitbox collision. And each of these things, collision, I don't know how to spell that word. And each of these things are more specific, right? Like this is true all the time. Like this enemy has armor on. That will be true based on what enemy it is. This is true like a little bit of the time, depending on what state we're in. And then there will be a lot of time where it's not true. And then here it's like, well, very specific. It's like the single frame of one animation. And so as a condition, it's super, super, super specific. And then the hitbox is even more specific. It's like, well, if you hit him on this part of him versus on that part, different outcomes will happen. And I think that last one, I think trying to have some empathy for the player, I'm noticing that like these are really hard to define rules that the player is expected to intuit. Certainly like a hit will be hitbox based, and that's fine. But like if there's conditional rules depending on hitboxes, I find that it's hard to teach the player that intuitively. So this change that I made for the bar is more about shifting some of that logic about why is the enemy reacting this way upwards up this list. Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay.
So for now, the only thing that you have to know about that is like I'll show you an enemy where it works a bit more. So the stance that like the Marten has is like the basic standing stance. It's just like default behavior. So when you parry it, the bar is yellow. And when you break it, it flashes just yellow and orange. And that basically means if you attack it, it will go into a combo from this point. Like you can juggle it, you can do whatever you want while it's flashing. So if I was to just walk up to it and try to swing upwards without breaking it, it gets hurt, but it doesn't get knocked up into the air.
Yeah.
So it's more about, okay, if I finally, well, that time it did, but I haven't finished. Well, this is the thing. I'm trying to remove those conditions. I'm trying to simplify it down. So it's like, I have to do this in order to get that. So I'll be making it that you have to, basically. And then the idea is that I think, and I haven't yet determined this, when the bar starts flashing, you'll have like a certain amount of time essentially to do your big combo. And then it will start ticking down. And when it hits the bottom, it'll reset to its default behavior. That's that's the base case that I want to do with this thing.
Would they recover, well, have some kind of recovery if they're still being juggled?
So, as in a way to exit out of it.
Yeah. Or if we wanted to implement like a burst.
So there's no current behavior for that, but I do think that we will be able to have per script options to allow us to trigger that flashing earlier. So it'll be something like, say it's the Lengson or like some flying enemy, and you combo it in the air and you're doing some crazy big combo. There might be some sort of like rage meter, or I don't know, something that we do for that enemy or whenever that would say, okay, warning player, this isn't going to last much longer. And then it would like deplete either faster or based on like the player's input, maybe like based on the amount of hits you do. As you do more hits, it just chunks it back down. I'm not sure how we would determine that. And that does feel like a bit of chapter 3 sort of level enemies. But if it would be something like, if the enemy is still being juggled and their bar has reset back down to 0, then they get a free, that would be their point to do the burst cancel or whatever, the combo cancel. Combo breaker. So I still want to reward the player, you know what I mean? And have their turn be kind of like guaranteed. But there would be, this feels a lot like Final Fantasy 13. Have you ever played that?
Yeah. That's a good example where you have to break their, or whatever it is, like that guard meter before you can do meaningful damage to them. Yeah.
And then like different enemies, like, there'll be some enemies where that will burst and it will flash for like 2 seconds. And there'll be some enemies where once it's burst, it'll just stay burst like for the rest of the fight or something like that, depending on, what we want to do with the enemy and how interesting or different they are. I've even thought about, and this is actually a system that I had a long time ago experimented with, but didn't get very far with. The idea that the hitting the enemy, like parrying the enemy, isn't the only way to build the meter, and that some enemies will just, like the Hoggen, like the pigs in armor, they might just get tired after 3 attacks, and the bar just bursts on its own. Like every time they do an attack, it goes up a third. So by the third attack, they just go, they get tired, and then the bar goes and starts flashing.
Yeah, maybe, like if you make them whiff attacks, they get frustrated.
Yeah, it might just be that they need you just need to dodge roll. You can't damage them at all. You just need to not get hit. And on the third attack of not getting hit, they get tired, and then you get to hit them. Stuff like that.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah, that's where I'm headed with this stuff. Okay, I think I've talked myself out.
All right. Yeah. No, but yeah, good points. I like thanks for explaining that to me. And
it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know this has been like, I think that this enemy was kind of a bit of a testing ground for us.
Yeah.
And I'd certainly like to see if we can, just for the sake of the game's marketing, I think more enemies that have clear identities and do like one set of cool things. Like in this case, the directional combo is, I think, like the winning idea for the Lengson. So making that its like hero kind of idea, and then building its kit around that, and then nothing else. Like let it just do that thing, and then make some other enemy do, like if we have a different idea, rather than embellish one enemy with a lot of different logic, give another enemy that opportunity. Because I think the players will appreciate variety of enemies more than depth on average. If that makes sense. It also means we can do puzzle, like, building blocks and puzzles out of enemies too.
Yeah, combining enemies and instead of giving one enemy everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm done.
All right. I'll keep chipping away at those animations.
Perfect. So everything except for the blocks at the end, neutral attack 2, and obviously the stances that we didn't use. I think you've got it.
Yeah, I think I might have removed Well, I'll put them in a different file, but
Yeah. Sweet.
but I'll go through it again.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Luca.
No worries. Thanks, Adam.
Catch you later.
Talk to you later. Bye.
See ya. Okie dokie. A lot of stuff there. I probably need to write that down. It's tough. It's tough. Like working on this stuff and being in production at the same time. I dance around ideas for years, you know, trying to find like the right opportunity to implement a certain thing, or trying to see if I need it, taking it out, putting it back in. I think we're in a really good place now. I think we're so close. There are still a few things that I feel like have a bad smell to them. Not a terrible odor, but like a couple of things here and there I'm like, this should probably not be that deep, or we don't need this many exceptions for this specific kind of thing. But we're getting there. Like certainly I think this enemy probably got too complicated. But I also think like now, having done what we did with it, I have a pretty good sense of like how enemies should be later. Are you going to time your release to go with the sale? Not sure. Not sure. I don't have an answer yet. All right, I've got some messages. Oh my god. Morgan has been animating a character. Oh my god. What the fuck? Don't bill me for that. It's actually sick though. She's so good. The red tail. And the bow tie. Did I push Armin deflect? I'll invoice Swizz. Sub 1 hour element. Exactly. Elias says, I'll mention here in case you take a look at the combat sounds before tomorrow. The implementation lives inside of Combat Sound Manager, which lives on globalaudio.combat. I wanted all the combat related stuff to live in one place. Right now it has a function that gets called whenever there is a hit, and it looks at the hit report and decides what kind of outcome. Perfect. That sounds pretty appropriate. I'll take a look. Sweet. Alrighty. So let's have a look. That's their updates, links, and did I just? No, that's just a meta file. Okay. Hey, Bam. He's a jerk, right? I think I made him too much of a jerk. I've always been, the last maybe the last year, I've looked at all of the script relating to Hugo and Armin and just thought, you know, I made him push Armin down the well for like gameplay reasons, but it really doesn't feel right. He's so violent. He's such an asshole. But yeah, when I have time one day, it's tough. It's tough to do rewrites like that. Hey, Emmy Lexley, what am I building? I'm building a game called Insignia. It's a side-scrolling action-adventure game. It takes place in this fantasy universe that I am creating. I am the creator of. We have a team working together at the moment, but it started with just me as a solo project. So it's an action adventure, which means kind of like some point and click adventure elements. So inspecting things and talking to characters, and there's quests and dungeons and crafting and all that kind of stuff, and action combat as well. So your name is Armin, and you are the son of a blacksmith who disappeared about a year ago in the game. So it's your responsibility to take up the profession of blacksmithing and follow in the footsteps of your father while still trying to figure out what happened to him. And there's some mystery that builds there, as well as a much more epic plot to prevent an invasion from taking hold over the kingdom. So, yeah, it's kind of what it looks like. And there's combat, like I said before. So there's sections with open zones where we're doing, you know, sort of Kingdom Heartsy, Dark Soulsy style things. It does have a soundtrack. You're listening to it right now. There you go. Hey, Naomi. That's cool. Yeah, nice. Thanks for introducing yourself. Nice to meet you. I've been thinking a lot about voice acting actually recently. For those of you who have been following my little journey into 3DS, returning back to the 3DS, I downloaded a few games this last weekend. I'm playing, what am I playing? I'm playing Bravely Default, I'm playing Ever Oasis, and I'm playing Radiant Historia. And all three of those games have obviously dialogue, and I'm finding it very interesting kind of experiencing the stories and thinking about how my attention span kind of reacts to the different games. So like Radiant Historia and Bravely Default both have voice acting, and I think that's true. And or at least, yeah, I think they both do. If not, Fire Emblem Awakening does have voice acting as well. And it's interesting seeing how they divvy it up. Like a lot of them will do for the main quest conversations, they will have fully voiced lines. And then for side conversations, they'll have like generic voice lines that are just for the start. So it'll be like, hey, and then it'll be like, hi there, blah, blah, blah. Like it'll be like one word or one little brief utterance per kind of thing that a character can say. And then for the actual main story, it'll be fully voice acted. I quite like that. I think it's Bravely Default that has kind of a cool system where it allows you to, it has like a cutscene mode for the conversations where you press a button, you toggle it on, and it will auto read the voice lines as soon as they finish speaking. So like instead of you having to press A to continue, you can just listen. I quite like that. I thought that was a really kind of genius way to handle, you know, because I can listen a lot more effectively than I can read. And if I'm listening while I'm like just my attention's elsewhere, then just having it play out is a pretty cool way of experiencing the story. Yeah, I quite liked it. Because it kind of turns every little conversation into a cutscene at that point. And Insignia is very similar. All of those games are so similar to Insignia. I realized like not long ago, I've been comparing Insignia to like indie games since I've been working on it. And I look at all these indie games and I'm like, why do these indie games have like such unpolished or like slim cutscenes? And then I realized like, it's because I've been playing like JRPGs my whole life. And JRPGs are the ones that do all of the like directed scenes with characters, you know, like there's so much more visual storytelling in a JRPG than in a lot of games, you know, like something like Shovel Knight barely has any of that kind of stuff in it. So yeah, and gosh, on the 3DS, all of the good games on 3DS are like JRPGs. Ever Oasis is, I think it's a town builder. I've only just started. So obviously not a JRPG, but it still has a lot of the JRPG stuff in it. It's so interesting looking at the difference in game design. Like, those games hold your hand so much. Like, I'm playing each of those games, Radiant Historia, Fire Emblem Awakening, Ever Oasis, and Bravely Default. The first like 10 minutes of those games is just reading. It's just watching and reading and watching and reading. And you do one battle and then you're reading and watching and reading. It's they're crazy. But I guess the difference is they had a captive audience at that time. Like if you bought the cartridge, you're in. Like, what are you going to do? Not play it? You spent all that money on it. You might as well give it your attention. It's such a different contract to how games today expect the player's attention to be framed. Like if it's a free-to-play game, you're not expected to read anything. You just play. You know, a game like Fortnite, anything that is service-based, there is just no space for explaining to the player like how the world works. Yeah. Whereas these games, it's like, you spent the money, so buckle in. We're going to give you an entire anime intro with all the lore dumps, and we're going to teach you what every button does. It's so funny. Okay. But what's crazy is that those games are like genuinely like AAA in terms of like AAA handheld was a whole thing for a while. You know, Square Enix, all the big studios would have big games coming out on these, you know, like 40, 50 hour RPGs on the 3DS. That just has been migrated to the Switch now, and the Switch 2. And sure, those can be handheld, but it used to be, you know, all of the Octopath Traveler and the, Triangle Strategy and Unicorn Overlord, all of those games are essentially the spiritual successors to 3DS games. So, what are we going to do? We are going to go through the audio stuff. I want to pull this in, but first I want to make sure everything else is turned off. I don't care about that. And I want to merge this into development. There's a conflict. I don't care about these two. I can go with resolve using development. Commit that. That's great. Yes. No. Save it. Compile it. One sec, pals. I have to check something. One sec, pals. I don't think so. Just there's a client question that I need to answer. I thought not. Okay, all good. Cool. So, I might take a quick break actually, and then we'll come back and we'll do the combat sound effects. See if we can get them in there. And it might be good. What would be a good enemy to test this with? Maybe with these enemies. Actually, let's see if we can go. It was global audio, combat sound manager. Sweet. Combat sound manager has super parry effects, block, break, hit, block. Cool. Okay. Let's see what we get. That was pretty good. Hang on, let's go somewhere else. I don't remember adding that animation in there. I'm learning a lot. Hang on. Yeah. Yep. That was cool. I heard it there. It's like dunk, 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 ding. Very good. Okay, that's good. That's not tied to the sound because it doesn't have one. Oh, that looks very bad. Was it a nan, not a number? Well, I don't think we need any of these right now. I think I just need to make the behavior work the way I want it to. I think the sound is fine. So what does it mean to change the sound the way we want it to? I gotta take that break. I'll be back in a bit. We back. Oh, I'm feeling much better. Okay. So let's have a look at what we need to do to make the meter reset. So if we go to pressure, there's this reset condition, which for some reason has a yellow squiggly line. The Unity message reset has an incorrect signature. I don't think so. But anyway, on stun complete. Dung 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 dung. Yeah. So this resets it in a different context. But what I want to do is establish this countdown condition we were talking about. Like an enemy will be juggleable until they're not. And the question here comes down to, where do we define that behavior for a specific enemy, being stunned, and then after a certain amount of time being able to, get back up again and whatever. I would say it would live on the enemy itself. And it could live on the pressure component of the enemy. So we could have like stun duration or something here. It could be something that we could add to. Maybe there's like some equipment you can get that like increases the stun duration of an enemy. I think that we should probably do some sort of a public we'll just say stun duration there. I guess we could call it stagger duration. Okay. Have we got an on stagger? This would be like the start ticking down kind of thing. In fact, what's really important here is that the pressure bar has this resetting behavior. And the resetting pressure bar, resetting. So when does this get set? That's what I need to know. Here. Oh, okay, we're already doing it. Depressure time. Okay. Maybe it's recovery time. I probably should start commenting these or naming them better. Oh, this is like time from when it starts ticking back down to when it finishes. And then recovery time. This song is Awakening from the Meow Meow Bow Wow album by DJ Cutman. Link's Awakening. If the value is greater than 0, I'm a little confused because this hasn't got a state pattern associated with it. So how does it know when it's doing what it's doing? Hey Mo, bonjour. Bienvenue. Time minus reset buffer time. Is this something that I'm calling? I see. So, wait a second. Oh, wait. What's the other condition this gets called by? On stun complete. And when does this get called? When the character gets back up. Ah, I see. So that is just going to go. And then it's literally going to be what I wanted it to be, which was the stagger duration is like 5 seconds. Make it 4. And then we're going to run that. Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome. Okay. Bang, bang. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. But then it doesn't reset. That's the problem. Okay. So reset. And then this finish reset happens here. If time minus reset buffer time is greater than this and this, reset buffer time equals finish reset. In which case, that should do that. So why doesn't that work? Oh, because it's consistently doing that. Okay. It's calling this over and over and over again. Good. Hello. So now I'll get a character stun. That doesn't seem to use it. But I think actually, if we go to collision info, we use pressure here. No. What the heck? How did I make this work? Ah, here it is. Get poise. I see. Okay, a bit weird. So pressured, we take the base poise and it's either 25% of that or all of it, depending on if we're pressured. Our poise cuts by 75% if we are pressured. Okay. But this moment of get poise, I want it to apply I suppose we determine if we need to juggle or not. If we go to like character stun. We will tumble. Dot should enter. Let's have a look. So, bing. Negative 60. Not quite right. 1. Oh, that's not enough. Okay, what if I hit him first once? Bing, bing. Oh, I see. You can double burst it. So actually, This apply. It should be not equals pressure state dot default. Now we shouldn't be able to break it while it's broken. Sweet. Good to me. Okay. What's left? I'm surprised that worked. So now let's go back to the cat boy. Oh my gosh, I'm so close. Okay. So I would love to give this guy like a very tired state where he was like, oh, oh, oh. But for now, maybe we just make it that do we ever check if we've come out of if you're doing controlled landing, shuffle forward, attack combo, spiral away, leap attack, stuck, thrust, land, otherwise action assessment. Well, actually, this would happen at the Lynx and Highwayman level. And we would say if we are doing stun, set engage, but we would also say if life dot if pressure, can't do that. Life dot pressure dot get normalized is less than 0 or equal to. Just do that. Just go into idle for now. Dude. The poise on that upper attack is so stupid. Let's fix it. Why have you got 60 poise, but you only have 15? Let's make it 20 all around, or even 25. 205, perfect. Oh, that's 25. Do you think so, Kevin? Why is that? What makes it refreshing? What do you like about it? Oof. Oof. Dude, that launch is just so dumb. Thanks. I'll take it. Alrighty. So what's going wrong here? That dude, some of the attacks out of hit stun are crazy. You can jump over it or you can parry it, but I don't want it to come out so quickly. Okay, that donk animation sound doesn't seem like it's happening often enough. So, enemy block sound effect, player block. It's getting there for sure. Yeah. It's getting much closer. The idea of like, I get to attack if I want, but I have to pay attention as well is something that I'm really liking. I also have a whole system that would be great for this that I used to use for enemies to take control of the camera a little bit when they're on screen. Check this out. I don't know if this will work. We'll see. No, I think it was that. That's not doing it right now. I could just remove it and instead just make it have a zone camera on it. But it needs a box. Okay, so remove that. Could do that. The camera's like fully locked on him. Okay, not that deep. It's not supposed to be so strong. Oh, it isn't that strong. Almost. Anyway, I'll remove that for now. But I used to have a system that would allow the camera to sort of focus on multiple things at once. It would do the Smash Brothers thing. Smash Brothers, I was building a Smash Brothers clone not that long ago, and I found out there's actually a really straightforward formula for how to do their camera. Basically, you just take the character that you want to focus on and the player character, and you say, okay, the camera moves at the average of the two. That's it. And then you zoom out depending on how far away they are. So like the further out they go, the more you need to increase the size of the camera. That's it. As long as those two things are being managed, you'll always have the two characters on screen, and you'll always be able to like zoom in as the combat gets tight and zoom out as it becomes broken out. Hey Bam, that's really nice of you. Yeah, I don't know why that didn't happen. So, okay, we were doing a couple of things first. The first thing is, let's start writing some stuff down. It's going to be too hard otherwise. Okay, so take this, move it over here. Well, it could be here, it's fine. Put it here. And the first thing we want to do is make sure that the bad block happens every time it's supposed to. Hey, thanks for the follow. Were any of the directional attacks in the demo 6 months ago? 6 months ago, yeah, you could directional attack in the demo for sure. Yeah, that was like a major part of the game. You had to do it to beat the dandelions. You couldn't have missed it. You couldn't have missed it. But it didn't have the parry system where enemies did directional attacks against you. That wasn't happening. Make sure the bad block happens every time it's supposed to. So, bad block. Okay, no sound on that one. No sound on this one. So then it must be in Combat Sound Manager. Entity hit sound effects. I need to listen to these to know what they are. Except it's not there. Combat Sounds Manager. Okay. Hello? It's on game system. There they are. Okay. So we've got a bunch of these here. And if I listen to them, can I play them here? Is that a possible thing? Nope. Then I have to go to Fmod. All right. I think that's the bad attack. If I hold the button down. That dunk is that. So that's called player block. So player block sound effects plays when? If owner is Armin, and the report, yeah, not really. It's a good concept. Prevents damage. I mean, I suppose so. Let's think about it. Yeah. I suppose prevents damage here. We need to go back to sword behavior and then hit report and then prevents damage if true. Okay. So nothing. But I know we went into the rattle state. So reflex attack doesn't do it. This is the only place this ever gets called. Oh, it returns there. Whoops. Okay. Sword behavior prevents damage. So then why in Combat Sounds Manager is this not playing a sound? Because this plays the sound anytime we apply collision. But that's as long as it doesn't prevent contact. So that's actually fine. That makes perfect sense to me. So it says there should be a sound, but we don't seem to get there. Engine Armin life equals Collide life. Yep. Yep. Okay. Good. But the outcome, what is the outcome? Guarded. Why do we get a guarded? Actually, let's have a think. Armin is guarding. And when he guards, it should just play the sound. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should just keep it simple and just say it's guarding. In which case, if we go to Combat Sounds Manager, this could be guarding. I think I heard it then. Perfect. Oh, come on. So that was no good. What was that? God damn. Why doesn't it go? It doesn't finish. No. Oh, I lost all the progress. All right. Dude, it's hard. Speedrunners will not study this. Oh, I'm not good at it yet. It's not quite there yet. So, what do we do here? How come... How come I can attack it sometimes and it takes damage? Let's look at all the times it... Hang on a second. If I go like... Yeah, it also gets stuck in that state too. Okay, so reflex. Why don't I just go to this and then go to this and then click this and then do that and then... See, sometimes he just bails out of it. Yeah, why sometimes does he go up into that attack? He sometimes arcs up and then he just sort of doesn't after that. Alrighty. If this is a normal enemy, how hard are the bosses going to be? This is kind of like a mini boss. It's kind of like a boss. Like it's an enemy that's supposed to be hard, but out of the way. I don't know why it sits there at like... Like, what was that? How come he gained all that poise damage just then? That was terrible. It's not just the sound effects. I've been working a little bit on this today. Like that should break it. That forward jab should just... let's have a look. $25. Oh, damage, but not poise. 15 damage, but no poise. What? 60. Oh, did these go back to where they were? 25. Or did I put them here? What was I doing? Okay, poise goes back to there. 25. And this should be, let's say 20. I don't want to go crazy with it. And then this has 25 poise and 20. Yeah, that's good. And this is 25, 15. And this is 25, 15? Yeah. And this one is 20, 25. Oh, I can live with that. Yeah, it seems to happen whenever he gets into the poise, the reflex at 80% or more. That doesn't make any sense though. See that? Like he went from being like at almost nothing to being like almost full. And like, why did that go just a little bit? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's like it's stuck at that last little bit. All right, let's see what's happening here. Why did that apply 0 pressure? Hey, Rewoke. It's going well. Yeah, we're heading hopefully in the direction of being funded for the rest of the game soon. We're working on chapter 2 at the moment. Soon to be working on chapter 3 out of 5. I've got a team of 5 people who work with me at the moment, and we might be upscaling that soon. Shouldn't there just be a generic amount of poise that they take just by being hit at all? Why? When does... Oh, it's on her. It does this as well. Base poise minus remaining poise. With... I don't know what this is. Whichever is bigger. Okay. Yeah, I have a team now. Why does this happen? Why does it happen? Base poise, remaining poise. I don't see what the issue could be. It could be. No. All right, I gotta try. That should be 30 poise damage then. 80, 50. Which is bigger? 30 or 0? Is it this? Wait, remaining poise 85? That doesn't make any sense, does it? Collide poise, me. Collider poise. I think I might be confused. I'm so lost on this. Not guarding because pressure too high. Interesting. Playing combat sound. This can just go away. Yo, Nikofus. Let's get you that clinker. You gotta pick a color. I did get tired of it. I actually saw some in the supermarket the other day, and I just went, nah, I can't. Nick, are you around? No, thank you. Hello. Well, we'll keep you on ice for a while. I don't know what to do with that. What if I put that at 1? Does it change it? I have to save it. See, why did that do nothing? That right there, I don't understand it. And I don't, this is confusing me too. What am I looking at here? Wait, the difference is that Armin is deflecting. Wait, but he's deflecting in all of them, is he not? Oh, no. Oh, I see. So annoying. So what's happening is the enemy has these attacks, right? Like when he's jumping down at us, this frame has a certain amount of poise and it's got 30. When Armin counters him, he takes the 25, which I think means that he doesn't take any, or he takes what Armin assigns. And those are not, because Armin's swinging up, he doesn't deflect in that last shot. That should be the thing that it needs to completely like shatter him. But instead it's actually doing nothing because it comes out as a normal hit instead of a counter hit. And part of that is because this apply only happens if it's not going to parry. But we could put it like out here. It'll do the same thing. Hopefully not if we parry the wrong direction. There we go. Yeah. Okay. The issue was that, so I have this like situation where, notice how when he attacks us, right, and I try to do this attack, it will become a deflection. Armin's sword will bounce off because he still has poise remaining. So I calculate if he would have poise remaining after the attack completes to determine what Armin should do. So in this case, he's still got a plenty left, so we get the deflection. In the last hit, because he wouldn't have any left, we don't get a deflection. We just get a follow through on our attack. But the thing is, the follow through doesn't have the same, at least it didn't have the same effect as all the other deflections, which is that the deflections assign the poise damage that he would have done to us to him. I still want that to happen if we get the follow through. And that's what was happening. It was not doing any poise damage on the final hit because it wasn't considered a deflection. Because it's not a deflection, it's this like big follow through attack. But we want it to have the same, it's like you want it to apply both times anyway. Oh my gosh, I'm so dumb. It's hard. It's hard, but it's good hard. It's like right on the edge of my reactions. 1, 2. I missed that. 1, 2. Oof. It's so annoying. 1, 2, 3. Gotcha. I don't like that I'm hearing that multiple times though. So what is this sound? Nothing. Does it have parameters? It doesn't sound like there's anything there. Poise broken. So, poise break sound effects happens here when we go into stagger, which happens if this is happening. So we need to okay, we heard it twice. Once. Twice. Why did it go into default state? Hey, Shipla. Only on respawn or finish reset. Which only happens here. should not happen. My state is not pressure broken or resetting. But stagger can't happen. It cannot happen unless it's not the default state. Which means it has to be in the default state to get to this point. I don't understand. State is broken, applying pressure. Let's try this. I'm not following. I don't understand how it's possible. I guess we are calling finish reset too early. That would be my only guess. But it's not. It's only when it hits the end does it reset. How could we hear it then? Pressure state is broken here. I think we need a set state. What's the bet? There's something about this that gets called somewhere else. What does this mean? The Unity message reset has an incorrect signature. What is the bet? There's something weird happening here. Dr. Boyway says, how long have you been developing Draboyway says, how long have you been developing the game? Since 2017. I know you asked that question like 20 minutes ago. I hope you're still watching. Oof. But it never got set to default after that, so how did we hear the sound? Look, it got set to broken, and then it got set to broken. Is there somewhere else we're forcing this? No? I'm genuinely so confused. Am I doing an assignment somewhere that I'm not supposed to? These have no references. The thing is, nothing about this has any bearing on this thing here. Basically should be a block. If my state is not default, get out of here. So if the bar is overheated, if the bar is descending, get out of here. Don't apply the pressure. So this, if we get to this point, look. Okay. We were on default. Now he's pressured. Okay, it sounds good to me. Okay. Now we're here. Oh, hang on. Oh, okay. I think I found something. Hang on a second. These all say default. How is that possible? Hang on. Something's wrong. Okay. It's on... Whoa. Pressure state set to broken. Applying pressure with state default. Has he got two? Has he got two pressures? This would be so annoying if I did that. He friggin' does. He has two. That is actually so annoying. Two components. They had different values. It was reporting two different values because there were two of them. That's demonic. Maybe in the future. Okay. Sweet. Okay, what's new? What's next? Next would be his response to what happens when we smash the button at him. I also don't want the sound to play until like after the hit stop. There's like a ding and then a psh. And I feel like I don't want to hear the sound until after. Bro, Clinker's just he just left. Well, that's pretty cool. It's getting there. It's getting there. So this break event 2D Sekiro. It's pretty close to 2D Sekiro now. It's getting really close. This apply pressure happens on the reflex attack, which we kind of don't want it to happen here. We kind of want it to apply on the hit. So when we assign the hit report, that's when that should happen. Now, we could say info.collision.pressure. How does this work? Oh, poise damage. No. Well, typically, if we go back to like the pressure component, on hurt applies this based on the remaining poise. Remaining poise is actually one of the most brain dead things I ever wrote. It should just be called like poise damage. It's just no good. Hang on. Let's just do this and do this. Let's look at every time we mention poise. So this, instead of remaining, what this is actually that is the poise damage. That's the poise damage. Or like the poise exchange, maybe is the word I want to look for here. And then this needs to go away. We could call, actually, let's go find out where I reference it. And then let's take this, and instead of saying poise damage, what I want to say is offense, poise offense. Equals info collider props dot damage plus poise. And then put that there. And then here we can say poise damage, collision info, poise damage, get rid of it, and then make a new thing called poise damage. And then remaining poise normalized is an interesting one. What does that actually do? That's like converted poise damage. It's like how much you actually score. And then this is just like something else. This is like, we can call that remaining poise normalized. It's fine. but they're just very different values. Why does this start at life.poise? It's not. It's this minus that. But is that remaining? I'm starting with this. No, that is, I would say that's poise damage. That's fair. I like it. Okay, so now we should be able to go to reflex attack and go to poise damage. Where are we? This calculate reflex. Right. Okay. So then here, instead we could say info.poise damage equals that. So what I'm doing here is, instead of just assigning the damage, I'm feeding it into the calculation of the hitbox collision. So that's the problem right now, is it does nothing. But it needs to do something. And the problem is actually to do with the fact that this collision is a hit that we received. That's why it doesn't work. Yeah. Right. So we have to apply the poise. I see. That's why this goes here. Otherwise, we can't. Yeah, man. This is where we got to from the beginning. I see. Okay. Hello. What you doing? Okay. Enjoy. Hey, Newt Knot. This was my first game, but it's not the only game I've ever made. My first big game. So here's the problem. This is why this is not working. And it's a logical one. It's not really one to do with like, it bears out in the code, but it's actually like logistical. So whenever like a red hitbox, which is like the attack box, hits a yellow box, which is our hurt box, the collision has a direction, essentially. What it says is, hey, the person who owns this yellow hurt box, you take the damage. So if this has an attack rating of 30 and this has some sort of defensive rating of like 20, you would say it's 10. That's how much poise damage you take when you get hit by this. And what I'm trying to do is say, actually, in this instance, no, I'm parrying, you take 30. But this thing of you take 30 can only happen if this is like a hit registration. This hit registration follows a collision between a red hitbox and a yellow hurtbox. That's what processes, that's what like the take damage is downstream from that. So I can't just say, hey, take this amount of damage and put it here, because this is getting processed by the person who got hit. So when Armin is doing these, he's the one who's processing that hit, not the cat. So if I'm trying to give pressure to the cat, I have to assign it manually, because it's not part of the hit, which is what this is doing. This is saying, hey, you take the poise damage. But what I want to happen is for that same amount of poise damage to apply not when we get hit, But when our eventual hit lands on the enemy, that would be the goal. When our eventual retaliation hits them, that's what breaks the box. The challenge there is that when it decides the box will break is not when we break it. I'll break it down for you. Okay? Here, we're blocking. This has decided to break it. But we don't really want to see it until we hit the thing. Now, this is Armin's attack hitbox hitting the enemy hurt box. Like, now we get the hit. But what it's doing in the game is it's actually confirming the stagger break on defense, not on offense. Hear that? It already started because we're about to do our big swing, and it determined that based on Armin, which is here, being in the right animation. So the problem here is that I don't want to apply this yet. I would want to keep this bar from like at 66% until 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. I want to hear it there. And in fact, what would be really cool is if we could really slow down time and watch it like even slower. Like, this should be a really important moment. The problem is, the calculation that I'm doing right now, I can't save it because there's no data representation for me to like store. Like this interaction triggers a like script. To do some stuff. And then like Armin will do his attack, and then later comes Armin's attack, which is, like this, right? This is now Armin attacking, and he does his, 50 or whatever poise against the enemy's 20. But there's no way for me to say, hey, remember this? Assign this poise to it. I can't really do that. Can you cap it at 99? I could cheat it like that. Ideally, what I would want to do is have it almost be like a scripted sequence at that point. Just have it play out the way that cinematically we are hoping it will play out. I suppose we could ask the question, when does Armin get to do his thing? I suppose it's we could say like on hit confirm. It could be here. Okay, hang on a second. Because this is the same attack. So actually there is a common thread here. Actually, This might work. What am I talking about? Now, the only awkward thing about this is that, like, technically we could hit somebody else with the poise damage. Ouch. Ah, that was right. Is MacBook Air good for dev? It depends on what kind of dev you're doing. Nice, did you see that? No, that's okay. It'll happen in fun ways. You could ask the question who it was. We could store it and say, look, I'll fix it for you. But I kind of like it. I kind of like it this way because it kind of makes it feel like we've like the poise damage has gone into the blade almost. You know what I mean? Like he should be indiscriminate about who he attacks on the finish. It's good. Oh. Oh. Hey, Aotree, thank you so much for the sub. Cheers. This is starting to get pretty good. Oh, dude, the combo looks so good, even though we're the ones who are getting hit. I just want that moment when it goes pshing. I want that to be absolute. Like, he should just take 100% poise damage on that. So, like, when we go to on hurt, the Wolfman on the waterfall, it's like that. This here is the thing that confirms the poise, but actually it should happen, I think, a little bit earlier. Because we need to we almost need it to apply like here. Or the alternative would be on reflex attack. When we say calculate reflex, hey Moonwood Games, welcome. Thank you so much for the sub. What's up? Thank you. We're doing advanced enemy design. Yeah, there's a few things that need to happen here. I think one of them is I need to take away all of the guard boxes off of him so that when we attack him, he takes the damage. Right now, he doesn't take damage. So let me just try something here. Do that first. And then we want to make it so that all of his attacks now, all of his animations now, remove this, I think. Which is going to be tough. Or we just make it so that he never does that. What's my opinion about the Mac for a developer? I don't know. I don't know. It depends on what you're making, Pepech. A MacBook Air, it would be fine for lightweight development. Yeah, it would be okay. But if you were trying to do anything with 3D, it might be harder. Especially if it's like a lot of 3D. If it's really simple, I think it's fine. They're good devices. If it's one of the more recent MacBook Airs, like M4, M5, I think they're right now. I've heard they're great. So if you're trying to make games on the Mac, yeah, I don't know because I don't have one. The last Mac that I had was in 2013. It's a MacBook Pro, and it's this thick. Okay, so I'm thinking about the struggle here is this, right? See this animation? It has this blue box. That's a guard box. And the guard box makes it take less damage when we attack it. And right now, it doesn't look any different when we fight the enemy after we break it. Right? It still can do everything it knows how to do. The only difference is that it takes more poise damage, so it gets more like knocked into the air if we attack it in the air. But what I think we want is for it to look tired. The problem is that takes a lot of time to animate, right? So maybe we just say it gets a new idol, and its idol is like a really dizzy idol. Like, and that's it. It can't attack us and stuff. That way I won't have to do anything with the guard hitboxes because it won't be in the animations that have them. Hey, the cool square. I was with EAEIO dev. That was a fun chat. I thought I was going to be on that for about 5 minutes at the end. I didn't realize they were going to film the whole podcast with me. I didn't realize I was like a full guest. Hey BG. Yeah, if you send me a can you DM me on Discord, BG? I will see it on Twitch, but I don't really check the messages there. Did you like my John C. Reilly joke? I was quite pleased with myself. They took me. They took me seriously. Dude, after that meeting, after that podcast, me and EIEIO Dev chatted for like 45 minutes on the stream. Like the call kept going after they stopped filming. And Prime and TJ left. And it was just me and him just like spitballing about game dev and stuff for like 40 minutes. We could have made it like a separate podcast. It was really good. It's a great chat. Shame I wasn't recording it. Part 2, yeah. I'm trying to think about like in Smash Brothers, Dizzy is it's a completely additional set of animations, isn't it? There's really nothing you can do to get around this unless the problem I have is Smash Brothers, if I just follow the logic that Smash Brothers does, I've got way too many animations to draw because there's fall up, like there's like, oh, I'm falling into the air. Then there's fall down. Oh, I'm falling out of the air. Then there's landing, right? Ooh, I'm on the ground. Then there's like get up. I'm getting up off the ground. That's just the knockdown state. Then there's the dizzy state, which is like if you hold your shield for too long and somebody's shield breaks you. There's this like state that they go into where they go, oh, my head. And that's like a completely additional animation. This would be for every enemy. This would be for literally every enemy in the game who had a poise bar. They would need to do all of this. Now, I think this is probably fine. It's not that many keyframes. But I think what I want to do is kind of take this and this and this and merge them into one animation from now on for every enemy. Somehow merge knockdown and dizzy. So what does that look like? If someone's like they fall out of the sky, it's not really the same thing, is it? It doesn't quite work. I mean, it could be something like a sit, rubbing the head. But I actually would want it to be more like, but that's the thing, like getting like flattened is, I have some challenges here. The first one is that this looks really good in the game. When you flatten an enemy, it feels like they're completely knocked out, right? Like in Street Fighter or whatever. You know, if I do this, and then I go bang, and it drops, that feels good to look at because it's like they're just like totally incapacitated. The problem is that this requires them then to be able to get up, you know, which is another animation. for the purpose of what I'm making, it would be more convenient if they were never on the floor to begin with. But I don't know how satisfying it would be to have them. I mean, maybe if they were like really like drowsy, like barely standing. Weapon down. Maybe that's it. Maybe it has to be this frame. All right, well, I'm just going to test it and see how it feels. So here we go. Hello. Hey.
What's happening on Easter?
You have to. Let me get back to you in a second.
Well, my family wants to do dinner.
1 second. Which day are you talking about?
Sunday. It's Easter.
Hello. I'm
Saturday.
still streaming. Just so you know.
I'll go.
All right. I'll talk to her about it after. Where is this? What the heck? Is it part of Wobble? But I was just in there, wasn't I? Yeah. It's not that. It's the next thing right after this. Ugh, 1 sec. Okay. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Not that. This. This. What is this called? Bump. Sit. Bump. Okay. So it's ding, 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 ding. These are on this. So I just take that and I take that and I go here and I go and I go "12 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Pow. All right. And now looking at this, I think I want the head to be like more slumped. Like that. Okay. Could be probably better, but for now, let's just go for it. Cool. All right, that's Dizzy. We could take the Dizzy Sparkle. Ah, that's better. Make this one frame. Take the Dizzy Sparkles and make them something separate. I'd probably do like birds in a circle or something like that. And actually now we could just do this. And then call it Dizzy Loop. Perfect. Yo, for those of you watching, if you're excited about Insignia and you want to see it released one day, please be sure to wishlist it on Steam. It would be super helpful. Okay. So back to you. Dizzy, I can do that. I can say, go here, go Dizzy. Whoop. Dizzy. Retro box. And I can say close this and then these are what sized? $256, $128. And the pivot is where? Dead center. Okay. Okay. Come on. Dizzy Loop sounds like a 1940s style character. The Dizzy Death Race. Okay. That'll work. And then this is knockdown for the Lengson. I'm just going to use knockdown as the kind of surrogate for Dizzy for now. But it will be knockdown eventually. And then it won't need a get up. We'll skip the get up. And let's see what happens. It's kind of not as exciting to look at. Not getting the full knockdown. I can kind of feel it missing. Because Armin can get flattened out like that. All right, maybe we just go straight to knockdown then. Will this be on itch? This has been on itch. It's not currently on itch. It might still be when it finally gets released. It's for Steam. Okay. I have a feeling that it will pick one, two, three. Yeah, selecting stun and then staggered. It's no good. So then this, oh gosh. I guess we could call it out manually. So we could say like, there's receive hit. And if I go to character stun, select state comes from process impact, which comes from enter, which comes from process impact. I suppose what we could do is check what will happen. Oh, we can write it here. So will pressure max. So character stun. Yeah, okay. So tumble props enter setup knockdown, else if should enter props doing tumble knockdown dot should enter. The props here are stun props, which does not have the, oh, it does have the collision info in it. So then should enter here should say, okay, bool will pressure break equals props.info dot life pressure dot will pressure max. And then this will pressure max, are we using the same info both times? Calculate reflex. Probably. It's probably fine. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Okay. Whoa. What? Oh, that's what I want. Oh, pressure brake. Not poise broken. Didn't even ask. It should. I guess it didn't go into... False. Hang on. I have to check it again. Hang on. Hello. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't. It never tries. So... I think instead it's something like... We just assume the absolute worst. If we check stun, okay. Try that. That's better. Sweet. So now, maybe we don't have to do that part. What? What is this? Oh, it's part of stun properties. That's annoying. Yeah. Battle Network? I had it, but I didn't really play it much. If he's on the ground... What happens? What happens if I attack an enemy on the ground? I forget. Guess you could just keep attacking them on the ground. Oh. All right, there was something else I wanted to fix. It was to do with the color of the bar. So poise bar, pressure bar, color is pulse gradient. Oh, thank you. If we go to what is the base color? Nothing. So default color. Value renderer.color. And then on pressure bar, we want to say so the point here would be to go to U. And then when we attack you now, it should be grey. Yeah, good. Pretty good. Sweet. All right, I gotta go. This is fun. It's starting to get pretty close. Now, I don't know if it's fun yet. It's fun for me. I don't know if other people will find it fun. Because I don't have the psychology of someone who hasn't built the game. So we'll see what people who are trying to button mash experience. I might have to do some other stuff. You raiding Randy today? A reminder, please wishlist Insignia if you haven't already, and you can play test the demo right now. If you want to help me out, I'll be updating that demo this week, I think. Thanks, everyone. It was a pleasure. I'll catch you tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.